system and does exactly what I want, but it is permanently tied to Facebook.
Yeah. Facebook.
Yeah.
Great, wonderful, thanks a lot. And there was no way around it, and I thought there was a way around it because we had read a previous article ourselves that said that, those requirements won't be until 2023.
Yes.
And I was hoping by 2023 maybe Facebook stock will fall apart, and then there'd be some things that helps
Make
with
sure
that.
you don't post anything bad, because
Right, then you lose access.
You
need a good standing.
If
with
you
them.
lose your Facebook account, you lose all
Are you
your
a good
games.
social media poster?
No.
Do you make any shit posts? If you made that shit
OJ
post,
is shitlord.
you're done. If you're a shitlord, you're done.
Oh yeah, OJ is always on Facebook, just making stuff up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it sucks, and I don't use it. I don't really use it very often, and mainly because I'm just annoyed with the whole idea of the fact that it's permanently tied to the Facebook.
Well, from the tech side, this is potentially very exciting. So Mark Zuckerberg wants to have 10 million active VR units within Oculus. And so as companies continue to invest in the infrastructure...
You know how he could get there is remove that restriction.
Yeah, remove that Facebook shit. But as all of these companies, Valve gets into it, Oculus continues to grow, we actually may see... We like VR.
Yeah,
we think that VR has been. I think personally that VR has been completely underutilized, and for years was just a gimmick that didn't really add much. But now we're getting to the point now where these games are designed with VR in mind, and they're incredible, and they're everything that we want.
Squadron
and I want to
was like it
was
Squadrons, guys. 10 out of 10 from me with the VR with the controller.
It was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So as VR becomes something that these developers take seriously, the infrastructure is there. It may actually be something that the VR fanatics have wanted forever, where it's not just a 1% thing.
No.
Well, this is what I wanted forever.
Yeah.
The Quest 2 is what I wanted forever. I said, no, I don't want to fucking screw things in. I wanted inside-out tracking, and I wanted just all in the headset. What if it'd be cool if there was a computer in the headset and it was batteries and everything, and you don't have to do shit? You just play. You can, in fact, you could play, at a hotel. You can play on a plane. You can play anywhere.
Oh,
right?
you know how annoying it would be to be sitting next to this guy on a plane when he's playing.
Wanted
he's just like, it's like, dude.
But when I made that pre-order, I was like, man, I can't wait, to push some more VR content and do this. But then as soon as that Facebook restriction came in, I was like,
that
fuck.
skid mark.
Immediately
all right,
deflated.
maybe I'll do something. And then when it said,
nice.
no, you do nothing except for fucking, put yourself on Facebook and tie everything that you own to Facebook, then I was like, I'm out.
Well, it has to be an active Facebook account too. You can't just
out.
make a fake one because they are deleting those accounts.
They delete fake
and then you're
accounts,
losing those things. So,
but that's a little trumped up because I'm sure that you could put a Facebook account, you can start an account, you could post one or two things, and then you're good to
Those
go.
are
And then
hoops.
never do it. But there is that small nagging feeling in the back: is my account going to get deactivated because I haven't posted on it in forever? And that should not be in the gaming equation.
No, definitely not.
So if you're ever wondering why I have not put out a review of that VR headset, it's just not only is it that I don't have time, a lot of family has been in, but also I just don't like the idea of promoting it. You know what I mean? With such a shitty restriction.
Yeah, absolutely.
But maybe it might come in the future but when I get more time with it. But I'm not making any promises.
According to Steam, VR is still sub 2% of all of its users. But we'd like to see that number continue to rise and rise and rise. I mean, if that can get up to 10%, the developers have to start taking VR seriously.
Oh shit, man! You get to 10, 20, we're gonna get some
amazing stuff because that's then the money comes in. And so exciting things to look about.
Oh yeah, that'll.
Ooh, horror, definitely good.
That'll make you shit your pants.
All right, Far Cry 6 and Rainbow Six Quarantine are delayed. So all of what we've been talking about the last year and a half for Ubisoft is their games kind of sucked. And then in addition to all of the COVID delays that everyone else was saying, they're like, wait a minute. Breakpoint was not very good. Mm-hmm. And all of our games kind of feel like that. And so they're like, we're going to delay everything. Yeah. We're going to push it back. They're going to even rename things to stupid things in Phoenix, Immortal, Rising, bad things. But all of their games are being pushed back. And so in some ways, I admire that. They realized that these were half-baked ideas that were, they're uninspired. Mm-hmm. But now we're getting to the point where we're starting to worry that, Far Cry, everything we've seen of Far Cry looks kind of good. I mean, I'm hoping it was good.
But a great actor.
Oh, absolutely. And so these two titles getting pushed back is just is this another thing for Ubisoft where they're just going to be now 2 years behind, and then there's going to be this kind of backlog of things that are coming up? But these are big titles for them, and they really needed this because they're not in a good situation right now.
Yeah, we're currently playing through Watch Dogs Legion, and discovering that that delay doesn't really seem to have resulted
you
in
make
much.
your own fun, cause
Didn't really seem to result in much. The first time I literally started the game, I blue screened.
Yeah, it bricked your
It was
computer.
hilarious.
Yeah.
It was like, what the... So anyway, more on that in the future.
Yeah. So for the second quarter of this year, Ubisoft reported sales down. It just decreases all across the board. Some of it's expected, and some of it wasn't necessarily because they had pushed some things back and then released things. Mm-hmm. It's just we're gonna have to wait and see, and that's what we've been saying for about a year. Is we just have to wait and see, but it's still more bad news for
I've always wanted Ubisoft to succeed, in my opinion, and at least in terms of their department relations with streamers. They've always been, and influencers and reviewers and journalists, they've all been real open and real nice, at least to us. And I think maybe some people there like the videos and stuff, but whereas other companies, when we trash their
we want
games,
to do better, improve on this. This is how we can help. Maybe.
Yeah. When we trash on their games, they still give us review copies, and they help people out. Dell even got a copy of Watch Dogs Legion. I think he was streaming it somewhat early,
Mm-hmm.
so they got really good community. Yeah, but they got really good ties to the community, and I want them to succeed. I want them to do well. So when I heard about the delays, I was like, yes. That's good. They'll have all this extra time and they'll fix their stuff. I'm over here with Watch Dogs Legion right now, and I'm like,
this was delayed.
Let me finish. Let me finish playing. We'll see what happens. But it's not looking, entirely good right now.
Well, yeah,
we are
2020's
making
been
that
a shit year. I don't think anything is confirmed yet. It's like, oh, it's gonna come out this day. It's like, no, it's not. It never is. Never is.
Stop it. No spoilers. We're not done with this episode yet.
Oh,
all right, speaking of games that did really well, Genshin Impact. Do you want to know how much money it made in its first month just on cell phones?
Too much. Too goddamn
just on cell
much.
phones.
Why?
$245 million in 1 month. Just for cell phones.
What?
That's on mobile alone. Remember, this is also on all the consoles.
Why do I see a few people I follow talking about Genshin Impact? What's that all about?
Gacha game.
I saw
it's
some
a
people
gacha
playing
game on
it.
PlayStation?
So it's on PC and PS4, and these numbers, the 250 million plus, doesn't include PC sales, PS4 sales, or Android sales in China. So that number could be way higher.
Oh, it is.
1
Definitely
month.
is. Definitely is. Yeah, we see a lot of people. It's like, oh, you guys should play this. It's like, no, that is not our type of game.
Yeah.
And especially when you have to get all that stuff.
So Genshin Impact is a great example of how Chinese developers are succeeding in the West by focusing on high production values, popular gameplay mechanics, and deep progression systems.
Proper gameplay mechanics. So maybe they're evolving. Mm-hmm. They're getting smarter. They're gonna combine it's how you click. With nobody gonna fucking play that, right? And they're like, I want to reach real gamers. So here's some good graphics. Here's a few gaming mechanics that works right. Oh yeah, but I still have all the gacha mechanics in there.
Fuck. 250. It's one of the largest mobile game launches ever.
Alex.
I did not know about this one because I stay away from that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, people come in and chat all the time. Like, are you guys
I know.
review this? You gonna play
Known
this?
as loot boxes or wishes, Genshin Impact's version of loot boxes.
Yep.
Genshin Impact saga of a YouTuber's $2,000 blowout. He's now calling it predatory because YouTuber Michael M. Tash went viral after dropping $2,000 to buy a character named Klee.
Yep.
In a free-to-play game, he spent $2,000.
Oh, well, there you go.
Are you out of your mind?
Well, you just read it right there. It's
you out of your mind?
It's free to play, Joe.
It's free.
What? Joe!
That's my nice shirt. No.
I know what you're trying to do with the sponsorships. Not long after spending those thousands of dollars, the Canadian YouTuber uploaded another video stating he regretted it.
Oh, no
Adding salt
shit.
to the wound.
No shit.
And he now believes the character sucks.
I spent $2,000.
I
It sucks. Can I get a refund?
What do I do this for?
Look, the only thing we can do is warn you guys. We told you multiple times, don't do it. You did it to yourself. That's on you.
So
That's on you.
the other scary thing is this came close to Pokemon Go numbers, which was it's a social phenomenon. So
That was.
but Pokemon Go
Couldn't get
numbers
away from that.
had everything like that. We know all of the sales. We don't know PC, PS4, and Android sales.
Oh.
Now that number could go up by another 30%, meaning it could be one of the most successful game launches of all time. Now again,
$2,000 a character.
so
Yeah.
I
Wishes my ass. I wish you would get fucked.
So I hate to be the guy that's standing on the corner with a cardboard sign up, the end is nigh.
Yeah.
But we're fucking here, and I've been saying it for a long time.
Been saying
As
it.
long as people continue to spend $7 million a day in Call of Duty Mobile, and $5 million a day in PUBG Mobile, and $4 million a day in Pokemon a day,
And those Madden
and then
packs,
and then these we're talking in this 250 million. I mean, you're talking $10 million a day across all platforms. I mean, if you include PC, PS4, and all those other ones, it's insane. And if you're a developer and you're getting together with your developer buddies and you're like, hey, what kind of game are we going to make? We're going to make this really deep lore RPG with a progression system and a beautiful skill
sounds
tree
cool.
and a stories, and we'll have to hire all these people. And the guy in the room goes, nuh-uh, I like money. Let's make the bullshit game where you have to click this button that gives us $3 every time you want to do something. And that's the worry.
There must be war.
Yeah. I want
It's
more.
a tough battle. but
So until
not
people
gonna
stop
stop.
spending money on this kind of stuff, this
good
is
luck. Not gonna
this
happen.
could be
Wow.
it's steering the
These
game industry.
business practices from these exploitative gotcha games, guys, it has the potential to ruin gaming. And you said it
Yeah.
yourself. They're getting smarter by putting AAA graphics and somewhat these gameplays,
Yeah.
but in the underbelly of it and the way
You know
that
what
it
it
works, and it's a whale. They're looking for the whales, and they're looking for you to drop all of your money on the loot boxes, on trying to get the characters that do well in the account, the pay to win stuff. Wow, I think it's a lot easier for people. To resist the urge to summon when they can see how damaging it is and how pointless it is. Tech Tone says, I think he's reformed. He's like, I think if someone sees that it took me, if it took someone like me $600 or $700 to get Klee, they're not going to think, oh, $600 and $700, oh, I'll go drive that right now, quote unquote. I think that's what they'll think. They'll think, why the fuck is this dumbass spending this much money on fucking duty anime girl, right? Because that's how it worked for me. Well, you should have known that. Yes, exactly.
You can buy a 3070 and RAM and a nice meal for the cost of whatever Kree.
You
forward
buy
this one
both
to you, Joe, so you can
consoles.
get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like both consoles. Too.
I mean, it's
you have to regret that.
It's absolutely absurd how these games are getting people, and they just become more and more popular. Now, this is the most successful one. There's a lot of unsuccessful ones, but the
Wow.
problem is,
Weren't we offered like some kind of promo deal on one of these kinds of things? I think it was Genshin Impact. I had to go back in my email.
there's probably lots of them. They've got nothing
Yeah.
but money to spend because
Right. They're
it's
making $2 million. What was it?
over 10
that
a
was
day.
only
10
one portion.
10
though.
a day.
That was only
a day.
cell phone.
What a day.
So it's 254 million just
That's- yeah,
on,
right.
and that doesn't include the other numbers. So it's probably well
A day,
over
yeah.
300 million in their first month.
Wow, man.
So-
Wow.
All right, you ready for some more good news?
No.
Stop it.
We got other good news.
Go
we're gonna get to.
ahead. Fuck it. I'm already at my limit here.
Cyberpunk's
I
delayed.
can't even find Joe's number. I'm so fucking pissed.
Okay, so if you've been living under a rock, or you only get your news from us, one, thank you, and two, Cyberpunk 2077 7th. Its third delay pushes it to December 10th. So
you knew that. You knew that already.
No. We still get people who like, hey, did you hear Cyberpunk got delayed? No, never heard of it. All right, so it happened earlier this week. They pushed it 21 days from this month into the beginning of next month. Now, for a lot of people, this doesn't have a huge impact, but there are some people it has it's massive, right? I have friends who they don't have a lot of time for days off. They've got families and schedules, especially around the holiday times, and they've already booked their vacation, and they're like, "I'm gonna chill out for this whole week."
Yeah, because you have to ask at least 2 weeks ahead, a month ahead.
And they're like, "Sure, you got it." And they're like, "Oh, hey, boss, can I change that?" It's like, you want to change your 1 week long vacation during the holidays?
Get out of here!
Absolutely not.
Like,
Good luck on
your
play Watch Dogs. What are you gonna do during that week? Genshin Impact. Spend $2,000.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
So people were pissed. And this, of course, story is actually a combination of a lot of stories, right?
Yeah.
People were hugely upset. Psychopaths decided to go to Twitter, send death threats because that's what they do.
That's too extreme. Come on.
No, never
Death
fucking
threats?
send death threats. It's so common sense. But these morons do it because there's morons. There's always going to be morons on the internet. Yeah. So
are you
for
sure?
anybody to be surprised or shocked by that at this point is not. It's crazy to me. But at the same time, you still have to take those seriously. You still have to be like, dude, what the fuck? Stop it.
Mm-hmm. This also pissed people off because they had announced they had gone gold and said, hey, look, the game is done. The bulk of the development is done, and all we're working on is the day one patch.
Well, there
the
was that tweet where the guy's like, I took off work. Are you
sure?
Are you sure? They're like, yeah, we're sure. And then later on, they come back, we fucked up.
Not that later on. The next day.
The
very next day, it's like, hey, can you mind if I delete this? So, now, this has a lot of implications. CD Projekt Red's stock price. We talk a little about how
they're making a bit of a mess of it, aren't they?
Well, they became the largest video game company in Europe. They passed Ubisoft for a period of time, which was huge for them because ultimately they made one. I mean, they made a bunch of games. They owned good old games, but they made one big successful game, and it was so good and so successful, and people loved them so much. They became the largest video game company in Europe. Their stock has dropped 25% in 2 months. With
just that, and it'll get a real recovery.
It may, but that 25% of a $6-7 billion company
that's
is
a lot of money.
Lot of money.
I did not realize that there would be, one more announcement like that.
Yeah.
Shit, that's a lot of money. If you're one of them bending men, you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Cyberpunk's gonna come out. I'm gonna put all my money in there, and it's just like, wee. It's like that's not what you want.
It's coming back. I think it'll be up.
Yes,
it'll get up.
Now,
I mean, and knowing them, they probably knew that was going to happen too.
They
at least
probably
to a certain degree prep for it. So, guys, it's done when it's done. I want it done right. I don't want them to push out something early, but how much can you get done in a month?
Third delay though.
They say
days.
A lot apparently. So we'll have to see. Boy, the anticipation has been building, and you're kind of making it a little harder on yourself when we go to review.
Yes.
Honestly. It would have been better when you get that first announcement that you have a delay to make sure you
stick with
get that delay in there. But hey, it happens. It happens. Especially in a year like this, right? 2020, because our board game has suffered the similar delays to that because of things that are outside of our control with other companies and partners. Though I guess this is a different situation because they are the ones developing
They
the
do
game.
everything themselves.
Yeah. Well, it's still a rough year. It's a rough year. And, we were all looking forward to it. I was sad by the news, but at the same time, happy because there's a lot of games coming out. And it's a little bit of a break for us. Ain't nothing in December. Now there's something in December. Boom. Hey.
So they went dark a little bit on the reason why. They just said we need more time. And then a couple days later, they announced that the reason that the delay happened is because of the next gen consoles. So they announced that they attributed the most recent delay to the release of Cyberpunk 2077.
So it's probably done. It's just the next gen versions couldn't come out, right, Alex?
Yeah. So the current gen consoles to optimizing the game for Xbox One and PlayStation 4. So I imagine for new PCs,
to go backwards.
well, yeah, because the PS4, we love it. The Xbox One, they're powerful consoles, but I mean they're still nowhere near what like a normal computer is. And so in order to make this game run on an Xbox One and a PS4, especially the older version PS4s, it could be difficult. So speaking to the company's investors, CD Projekt Red's CEO said that it's ready for the PC and runs great on next-gen consoles. However, even though the game has been certified by the current gens by both Sony and Microsoft, some very final optimization processes for such a massive and complex game requires a bit of additional time. So I think that they were worried that, I mean, the majority of people are going to be playing it on
a lot of tech issues with the older consoles, and this was going to give us a
frame
little
rates,
bit of time to improve that. Well, anything that improves the game,
but I wasn't going to play it on PS4. So PS4 people and Xbox One people are ruining my month. It's your fault.
Yeah. Get to blame them.
Yeah. I got to blame somebody. On Stadia.
And Stadia. Launch on it, right?
Well, that was a conspiracy theory that it got delayed because of Stadia. And
yeah.
Needed to be on Stadia or something. But that wasn't true. Stadia
get ready for
it. As if Stadia has the power to delay such a big game like that.
It wasn't going to run well on Stadia anyway. They probably just gave up. You're going to be, just like it'll be the Cyberpunk
Well, I hit jump an hour ago, so I'm still waiting.
Fuck.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all we got for this one. Make sure you check out the next video to come.
Yes.
And also check out Exter.
Yes.
Go to
extra.com.
Do your ass. And so a lot of people, Sticker might be selling. You'll probably do it, but
So,
any third party, they're coming after this third party. Sony, they're too custom. All right. Well, on to the news. We got some bad news if you were looking to customize your PS5, PP5. Sony is threatening legal action against a faceplate company. So they announced that the faceplates come off and that that there would be customization options. So a company went out, they secured the dimensions and were making attachable faceplates so you could do all like a huge variety of colors and designs.
That's cool.
And Sony said no. Absolutely not. Even though there's a patent pending, and they don't have a patent yet on those things, Sony contacted the company and saying, look, we know you sold a bunch of them, but no. And if you sell any of them, we will sue your ass. And so a lot of people were excited because they wanted, their favorite game characters. They wanted to have different things on it. Actually look kind of cool. But the fun police, they in the legal right, apparently, said no. So no, you can't do that. If you wanted something cool, like this logo on the side of your
create custom plates.
You gotta wait until
you probably you have to buy a
does
sticker Sony will probably do it, but
So,
any third party, they're coming after this third party.
But it's my console now, so I can modify it any way I want.
You can, but the company that's selling you that thing, they're gonna sue.
But but they're suing them because that product is going to be used on a product that is now mine, and Sony has no say in how I modify it.
Yes, but Sony says that the patent is pending on that technology, and you can't make
Mad
things
Catz?
exactly this. Yeah. Sony lets Mad Catz make controllers, but Mad Catz probably pays them a bunch of money to do that.
Don't use Mad Catz on the PS and PlayStation.
But only after a day of our website being live, Sony lawyers asked us to change our name due to trademark infringements, and we thought the switch would be enough to keep everyone happy. Nope. But then Sony's lawyers told us it was their opinion that Sony's intellectual property extended to the faceplates, and if we continue to sell and distribute them in any country, we would end up in court. Now, if you're a small company trying to develop these things, and you've already established all, because they were developing them in UK and they're manufacturing them in China, and they've probably gone through all of this process, they can't afford to go to court with Sony. So Sony's just throwing.
Even though they might win, but they can't even just do it because that's how it works.
Mm-hmm. So if you wanted to customize, you can't.
That sucks.
Buy stickers.
Find a way.
And then they'll melt off because these things get warm.
That is true.
Yeah.
Stickers, well, we have to look into getting our own stickers, like some Angry Army stickers or something. Would be pretty cool. But that just sucks, man, because I've seen some cool mock-ups, and they're really awesome designs, like red and black.
But sued.
Oh.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can find them on Etsy unless they get sued, too.
All right.
Sony's like, what's that, Joe? What's that? You gonna put some stickers on our console?
Oh, that's great news. There is an announced Vampire the Masquerade game coming. We got a release window in the later half of 2021. Do you want to know what it is?
That one's pushed back.
No.
Is it the one, the pushback one?
Yes.
No.
What? I thought it was.
No. We have no idea when that thing's coming.
Oh,
out.
okay.
We are getting a Vampire the Masquerade Battle Royale. Like right in the peak Battle Royale time. Remember
Vampire Battle Royale.
so you're getting a Vampire the Masquerade themed Battle Royale coming out sometime next year.
Crazy.
It was announced.
I'm down. I don't care. Fuck it.
How does
I like
that-
Battle
how
Royale,
does
but
that
fucking,
work?
I don't know. We're
What?
just gonna, everybody's just gonna be in each other's face going.
Well, I'm gonna
Seducing.
seduce
You can't
people.
seduce people in a Battle Royale.
Well, then I'm
No,
useless
yeah, you
out there.
can.
yeah,
you
well,
can.
you know,
There's gonna be a
no
seduce
different
power.
from there in Warzone.
There's gonna be a
so.
seduce power. Don't worry, Joe. Don't listen to him. There'll be a seduce.
The trailer shows vampires leaping across rooftops and doing battle in the streets in Prague. They fire guns at each other. They use explosive vampire powers to attack and defend themselves. And then at the end,
and seducing.
it doesn't say
Yep,
seducing
yep.
in here.
It should be one
Seduce.
to seduce.
Experience the next thrilling evolution of Battle Royale multiplayer action game set in the cult classic Vampire the Masquerade universe.
I bet you that game's coming out before the other one.
Oh, I know. It's just so weird. I mean, every time a new Battle Royale is announced, it's like, man, remember 3 years ago?
Ira. Go.
3 years ago when they were like really popular, and then now it's like we're at the very, very end. But
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say that. It's every new battle royale gets announced the same fucking thing. This is different. This is fucking crazy, Joe. It's gonna be vampire jump seduce.
I think
seduce.
maybe 1 or 2 days
seduce.
of playing it.
one day, maybe.
Maybe.
There will be no
That'll
seducing,
be
though.
me. They'll be seduced.
Apparently you can't.
There better be seduced.
0 out of 10.
Seduce fucking
There's no-
grenades.
What if they were like the seduce was like a CC class, and you could just stun
Yes.
people by seducing them, and
That's
so they're
what I'm
like
saying.
stuck in place, and then they get murdered by someone else?
Okay, so now you're on my side. I thought so. Seduce. All right.
Okay.
I've
In
been
actual
cheese
good
it.
news for Vampire the Masquerade, they also got a new narrative lead. So there'd been this kind of void in leadership. The original writer got kicked out a couple months ago. Another narrative lead left last week, and now we have a new narrative lead coming in.
Tell me his resume.
Senior
What's his-
narrative designer Kara Ellis. Okay, so that's
Her
who
resume.
left.
Oh.
Samantha Wallschlager announced via Twitter yesterday she's new lead narrative for the indie developer. She's previously worked at BioWare and ArenaNet with game credits include Guild Wars 2's Mass Effect Andromeda and Star Wars The Old Republic. Some good games in there, and so there could be some
Okay.
really amazing
I'll
things.
allow it.
The issue is the game is supposed to be out now.
Yes.
Like now. Like in the next 2 weeks, the game is supposed to be out. So
And we're redesigning the whole
are we
narrative.
like we have a new narrative lead? Are they completely redoing
What?
everything?
Like,
are they
what
only
is
doing a
going
couple
on?
quests? Are they polishing some things up?
Yeah.
It's gonna feel
It
like
is.
two
Please
different games.
inform us.
It is horrifying to think where this game is as far as its development goes.
Oh, for
The
sure.
first one is a game that I absolutely loved. We streamed this last year and
It was so
loved
much fun.
it. It's so great, and it's iconic. And I imagine they don't want to mess it up, and everyone's like, please just don't fuck this up. And everything that has happened in the last year makes it look like they're fucking it up with all of these people leaving and new people coming
You
in
love
last
it so
minute.
much. I think we should do a rapid fire review, even if we do an angry review. I want to hear Alex's take on this new
The
one.
new one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. ASMR. What do people call it? Like Sleepy Time Tea
Everyone
sponsored.
loves
It's
it.
calming Alex, calming
People
voice
are weird,
Alex.
though.
Everyone
All right.
thinks he's like he has one of those smoking jackets and
Oh, yeah.
sipping on some cognac.
That's what he does. He gets the bourbon
Yeah.
and
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right. In the next story, and people were interested to see how much Microsoft is pushing Game Pass, right? You're going to get all these people in there. It's a really good deal. We've been a big fan of it for months,
Yes.
saying that this is how Xbox competes. This is the best service that they've had in a long time. This is something that if you have an Xbox or not, even on PC, it's worth doing.
Yeah.
And so people are like, look, you're going to sign up and they're just going to keep upping the price. And so in an interview, someone said that. It's like, what happens when you get 50 million people
like
on
Netflix.
yeah,
Netflix just recently raised their price.
continue
I
to
did.
go up.
I
So
didn't notice.
according to Phil Spencer, the price model.
Wow, Mr. Moneybag. Oh, wait a minute. You
He doesn't
use
pay
your
for
sister's
Netflix.
account, you son of a bitch.
Yes. So according to Phil Spencer, right now it's completely sustainable as is. There's no plans at all for it to go up anytime soon.
What?
So at least for the
Wow.
next, I would say at least year, maybe
God,
two.
he's saying, Sony, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. 'Cause
Yeah,
Sony's
like-
like, this costs way too much money. It's not sustainable. And Spencer's over here like, oh yeah, no, we don't even need to
this.
raise our
Yeah.
prices.
We got this.
We're fine.
Yeah, he says we like the value that Game Pass is today from a
Hey,
business
I do-
model.
I
It's
do too.
completely sustainable the way it is.
Wow.
And I mean that.
Wow.
And so he's just like, oh, Sony.
Man, we're gonna
It's a
have
great deal. Oh, it's a great
If
deal.
he goes back on that,
OG
he's gonna
approved.
be eating some fucking
yes.
massive crow. But no, I think he's that confident that price. Well, it's good to know because in this upcoming next gen, we won't have those prices raised.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of next gen stuff, Call of Duty Black Ops. I'm going to retitle this article. Call of Duty Black Ops is so poorly optimized and such a huge pile of shit, it is going to require 175 to 250 gigs of space. They recommend a 3080 accompanied by 16 gigs of RAM and an Intel i9 990K or Ryzen 3700X. That's what they recommend.
How much is
What
that going
the
to cost
fuck?
And so what originally the article said is like this is
200
this is the
200 and what?
50.
Modern Warfare is 250. It's 200 like 20 something.
Yes.
You're gonna tell me combined's gonna be half a terabyte
Yes.
on the fucking hard drive. I'm not gonna fucking buy. Oh, you're fucking crazy. No, we're gonna install that shit for fucking 3 days. We're gonna review that shit. I'm gonna fucking delete it because I already fucking tell like it's that. No.
Okay.
gonna take up
To play with like decent
You
specs-
think that they would tell? Oh, you know what's the funniest thing about our game is people are always giving a shit about making this
It's not
size.
funny.
Here's what we'll do: we'll go ahead and this technology to make it smaller. No, they're making it bigger. Bigger.
True. If you want to play with, the medium settings, you're going to need a GeForce 1080, not a problem. And at least an i5 2500K. But if you want to play on the high FPS mode, you do need 250 gigs of space and then the 3080 and 16 gigs RAM. Like there's people who bought computers this month. Like you probably there's someone watching who's like, I just bought the highest quality PC I could find on the internet right now that won't run this game coming out in high FPS
Well, that's
mode.
a little. I just bought the fastest computer I could find, and I can't run a game. No,
Not in high FPS mode.
no.
3080s, like
Yeah. Oh, you're telling me that the 3080 is required?
it's not required, but that's what's the minimum for high FPS mode
High FPS
with ray
mode.
tracing and all
What do
of
they
the good
mean by that? Like 120
You want the best?
frames?
You gotta
Nobody
buy the
gives
best.
a shit
It's
about
4K
120 frames.
resolution in with ray tracing.
Yeah, if you want to play in 4K and have high frames and have ray tracing, then yes, you're going to need the top of the line PC. But I still find it ridiculous. The other part of the story: 250 gigabytes, 200
about
plus
the console
gigabytes.
players.
Oh, they're fucked. You cannot have Modern Warfare and
And anything
fucking
else.
Call of Duty Cold War at the same time and then play something else. No, it is military FPS all day long, buddy.
Yes. Well, at least on the consoles and now on the PC, you can choose to only have like just Warzone, and then now. What is the size, like the average size of the PlayStation hard drive, though? It's
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
500.
Yeah.
So you could only have Call of Duty. You can have Black Ops and Warzone, and that is it.
Yeah.
So
If it's the exact same fucking size on the consoles, which I thought that there's been examples that they can make it a little bit smaller.
245 gigs.
How much does the storage does the PS5 SSD have? SSD is 825 in size, but that's with the stuff that's already on there, so it's going to be slightly smaller.
Well, that's next gen
664 gigabytes of usable storage, which was down from its marketed 825. So 664, and both of these 200 tons. So you got one more game you can do.
Yeah.
Maybe. One more Call of Duty in addition to
I
these.
think it's a joke.
Wow.
But we install new games all the
Guys,
time. They're like 35 gigs.
I don't know about you, but I'm thinking like 50 is reasonable. About 50.
100.
I even give you 75.
I'll give you 100.
Oh damn.
Well, it's because they've they've
250.
been at 200 for a long time. It's like, can you just half that, please?
Yeah.
Come on.
That's hilarious, guys. Activision, come on, guys.
Cut your shit
Cut your
in
shit.
half.
Get it together. Get it together.
All right, the big meaty story
It's
of the
not
week.
even that graphically impressive. That's the crazy part.
No, I mean we haven't played the campaign yet, and maybe it's wildly different.
Wow.
Wildly different than the other stuff that we played.
Maybe.
All right, EA was fined 10 million euros over loot boxes as Dutch court sides with the gambling authority. So this is
the Dutch.
Yes. So a Netherlands
Wow.
district court ruled this week against Electronic Arts in a case over FIFA loot boxes, allowing the Netherlands Gambling Authority to proceed in fining the publisher 10 million euros
People
for
always-
violating the country's Betting and Gambling Act.
Wow, nice. People always ask us, is that your logo? Or is that the Dutch flag? No, it's red, white, and blue. It's red, white, and blue. It's the Dutch. No, yeah, but now, yes,
Yes,
it is.
absolutely.
It is the Dutch flag. And thank you for getting after EA for
Well, the reason it's so high is like
loot
this is an expansion from what happened actually in 2018. So in April of 2018, the KSA informed developers that it considered loot boxes violations of the Betting and Gambling Act, giving them 8 weeks to make their games compliant. Of course, EA said, "Nah,
I'm not gonna do that."
Appealed and went through this,
I
and
don't
finally,
give a fuck about your laws. I don't care.
the judgment finally came down. EA argued that FIFA loot boxes would not count as gambling under the Betting and Gambling Act.
Yeah, we
because
covered this so much.
Yeah, over and over and over.
So EA lost.
But the court was
And they're
unswayed
fined.
and just said, "Nuh-uh." And they're going to be fined a lot of money
But
every week.
they need to find way more than that. Way more.
What, more than 10 million? Well, it's also they have a short period of time to remove them from the games. Otherwise, they're going to be fined in upwards of 500,000 euros every week. Again, this is pennies compared to how much money they make overall in these things.
Sure.
But it's not, we didn't win, but it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah,
I guess.
if you live in that country, you won.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and on the
You
greater
don't think
whole,
they're going to be taking a look at that? It's like, all right, well, they might have something there. Let's try to go do something to avoid this long term.
Well, it just adds a little bit to that library of look. We have some precedents.
Do you want to hear what EA had to say about it? Mm-hmm. Okay, an EA representative had
Here's a blank
has
check.
provided. Yeah, all right.
They said they're surprise mechanics.
Yes, players all over the world.
Surprise!
Highly ethical
Oh,
and very fun
oh.
mechanics. Now, players all over the world have enjoyed FIFA and the FIFA Ultimate Team mode for many years, and as such, we are disappointed by this decision and what it may mean for our Dutch community. We do not believe that our
shut
products and services violate gambling laws in any way. We are appealing this decision, and we seek to avoid a situation impacting the ability of Dutch players to fully
Shut
experience
up.
and enjoy FIFA Ultimate Team. Electronic Arts is deeply committed to positive play. We seek to bring choice, fairness, value, and fun to all of our
they
players
should
and our
stop
gamers.
it
So
everywhere.
good.
We
They should get
remain-
into politics,
Yeah, I
dude.
know. We remain open to discussions with the Netherlands Gambling Authority and other stakeholders to understand and explore
So
solutions
bribe
to
them.
address
They can
any
bribe
concerns.
them.
Let me take you to dinner. Buy you a yacht. Let's bring back these things.
Do you know
in
how
there.
much money we can be making?
Yeah. So they don't consider this gambling. You've got to realize that these little battles that are going to take place all over the world are really important because the Dutch have now put their foot down. The UK is still trying to decide what they want to do. Now, you can bet your ass that the people who are against loot boxes in the UK are just going to go, look over there. Look what the reasonable fucking Dutch just did. Let's do what those people just did. Let's redefine our gambling laws and make sure that these things fall within there. Now, EA is going to have a lot of sway over in the UK. They make a ton of money out there. They probably have a lot of sway out there. And they're going to be like, no, we need to have consumer freedoms. We want the ability to milk your consumers. And so there's going to be the battle there. And then there's a bunch of other battles all over the world and class action suits that are happening. So again, we have a long road ahead if you're looking to see like the banning or regulation of loot boxes around the world. But this
And more
small
EA
step.
gaslighting and more EA misdirection and political speak and PR speak. The
No, that
whole
we
way.
seek to bring choice, fairness,
Oh.
value, and fun to all players in all of our
shit.
games, Joe.
Value, fairness,
Value.
$9.99 for
Best
fucking
value.
blue, not value
For the chance at blue.
Darth Vader, value,
The chance at blue.
the chance.
No, because you pay $4
Fairness.
and maybe you have a 1% chance to get blue.
Surprise! Pay the Dutch government $10 million.
Yeah.
Surprise mechanics.
All right. That's
What's wrong? What's wrong with that? You love surprise mechanics.
Yeah,
EA.
highly
surprise.
ethical. It was highly ethical. It was very fun. I had fun. Did you guys
I
have fun?
had fun in
I had
this
fun
news
too.
story. Thank you for that. Hey,
Yeah, so we ended
that's
on
like
a good spot.
one good news story. That's great.
Well, there's an opportunity. Anything else you guys want to talk about this week?
That's it. That's all. Okay.
That's
well,
the big ones for Saturday.
obviously tomorrow is a huge freaking day here in the United States. It is election
The
day.
whole world's gonna be watching.
Everyone.
The whole
What is
world's going to be
going on
watching.
over
It's going to be a crazy week, guys. It's going to be a crazy week. So if you haven't voted already, definitely get out there and vote. Have your voice heard, guys. Thank you all so much for watching today's episode. Hopefully America is still here in tomorrow
We'll
and the
be
next
fine.
day. All right, guys. Thank you to Exter for I can never get the name right. Exter for their amazing wallets. Go click those links down below. It's a great gift for the upcoming holidays for you or your family. And thank you so much for watching our content and our episodes. And we will see you on the next Angry Joe Show. Bye, guys. Hey guys, Angry Joe here, and it's time for
なんだ、息子やんちゃなの
アメリカの
か。
大統領選のそういうスキャンダルとか相手の足の引っ張り合い。
心得た。
爆弾持ちすぎたのかな。あれ？どどかど。
まに。
姿を見せよ。
またか。お嬢様の仰せのままに。
風よ、私に答えるの。
我が命を引きたおとなしく捕まれ。
行動お逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
火炎よ燃やす。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。走るより飛ぶ方が速い。走るより飛ぶ方が
火炎よ燃やす。
あれ？トドコどこ？
人の命いただいたわ。
なんだなんだっただ。だっただ。あれ。
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Tech news!
I should have seen
Just tech news! So gaming laptops and portability have never exactly gone hand in hand, but Intel thinks it might have the solution as details of its new Iris Xe Max mobile GPUs recently dropped.
Intel's first discrete graphics solution for thin and light laptops.
Unlike the standard Iris Xe, this is actually a discrete GPU that Intel is marketing to both content creators and casual gamers who don't want to lug around a heavy laptop. Intel seemed particularly proud of something called Deep Link, which is a form of machine learning that can intelligently load balance between an integrated and discrete GPU to increase performance and battery life. As far as actual frame rates, Intel is saying that Xe Max will get in the range of 30 to 45 frames per second at 1080p in a number of modern AAA titles, if you turn the settings down a bit. So it's not revolutionary, but it looks okay enough, considering that Intel is going to be launching a higher performance gaming chip next year, which will hopefully show up in laptops and hopefully not heat the bezel up to fry an egg temperatures. If you're just desperate at this point to get your hands on any graphics card from the RTX 3000 series, there might be even more bad news on the horizon. There's a rumor, and we want to clarify it's just a rumor at this point, that the RTX 3060 Ti has been pushed back a couple of weeks from November 17th to December 2nd. Again, take this with a grain of salt because Nvidia hasn't even officially confirmed that there is a 3060 Ti at all, but it's hard to imagine Team Green would wait too long to release a more mid-range chip. Performance is speculated to be somewhere around the level of the last-gen RTX 2080 Super for less than $400, which would make it a pretty compelling deal, if it's true. And if you can buy one before the bots get to them all and they're on eBay for $900. For those of you in the UK, you probably know that the country is preparing for a second pandemic lockdown that's supposed to start this Thursday. Unsurprisingly, this has left many gamers concerned about important things like what's going to happen to their PS5 and Xbox Series pre-orders, as both consoles are due to launch mid-November.
Drone delivery.
Because the lockdown is that would work. Because the lockdown is supposed to last until at least early December, people have been concerned that they may not get their consoles in time. But one major retailer has told consumers they still have until Wednesday night to pre-order in-store, and the UK government has said that businesses can stay open for delivery and pickup, even for non-essential items like console. What do you mean non-essential items? Might be essential if you review games for a living.
Or play them.
Or a board.
For fun.
Today's BitQuits are brought to you by the Seasonic Prime Ultra Titanium PC Power Supply. It's the creme de la creme of power supplies with ultra high efficiency, 80 plus titanium rating, fully modular interface, and it comes with a power supply tester, which is super useful if you're trying to do like custom cooling. With a 50,000 hour life expectancy backed by a 12, you can buy it at warranty. What are you waiting for? Other than the price, it's not cheap. But if you got money, you can buy it at the link below. On to the BitQuits. Speaking of money, Bitcoin seems to be continuing its recovery from the infamous crash that it experienced a couple of years ago that I'm still reeling from. This weekend, Bitcoin got up to about 14,000 US dollars, its highest value since January of 2018. Although there's been a surge in interest in cryptocurrency recently, it isn't clear why Bitcoin specifically is doing so well. Just whatever you do, don't pay 10,000 Bitcoin for a pizza like that one guy did way back in the day. Ouch, right?
Because we're all still hodling.
Facebook is finally rolling out a test of a dark mode feature on both Android and iOS. Trials so far have been extremely limited, which has frustrated many users since most other oft-used social media apps have some sort of dark mode already. Better late than never, Mark.
His soul is dark enough already.
The original Crysis has already gotten a remake, and now it sounds like remasters of both Crysis 2 and 3 are in the works. It's not clear how long it might be until we actually see them, since even the Crysis 1 remaster was delayed by about 7 months, which wasn't enough. And it'll be interesting to see how the games look, especially Crysis 3, which is still sometimes used as a benchmark and is pretty good looking.
Crysis Tree Master.
Like, are they just trying to make them hard to run on purpose at this point? If you were looking to slap a custom faceplate on your shiny new PlayStation 5, by the way, prepare to be disappointed, as Sony has ordered them. Clear why a licensing deal wasn't just worked out, that only they know how to. And heads up, there's another Apple event scheduled for the 10th, which is a week from tomorrow. It's online only, but it's still expected to be a major announcement, as most outlets are speculating that it'll be the unveiling of the new Apple Silicon Macs. As usual, Apple is officially mum on details, but we all know what's coming. It's kind of like how you should never be surprised that anything happens in professional wrestling, for example. Although that whole thing where they aren't letting them go on Twitch anymore, that was sort of
Gears of War is one of the highest selling video game franchises of all time, coming in just above Pets, but ultimately failing to outsell Nintendogs. It has played a crucial role in the success of Xbox, a console I've never played, which is why this was my reaction to the E3 reveal of Gears 5.
What's this Mass Effect?
That's not Mass Effect.
I know, but it looks spooky like that.
Mass Effect isn't spooky.
I know, but it looks like that.
This weird, awkwardly long music video that simultaneously rips off Bohemian Rhapsody and Black or White was the first time I'd ever heard of
Bound by Blood 5.
No.
Upon realizing I was uneducated on the subject, my boyfriend was like,
How familiar are you with the Gear Wars exactly?
Not at all.
Oh boy, I envy you.
I thought I was wasn't going to like watching him play this game because I have eyes and ears. But I ended up loving it because I have eyes and ears. For me, Gears 5 has been the biggest surprise of the year, and it taught me a valuable lesson. Never judge a game by its cover, Ridge at E3.
Oh, hey, it's on fire. Oh my god, everyone, Xbox conference is on fire. Right. We need to get Keanu out of there. It's all that matters.
Keanu. Turns out this loud, violent game about people with strange
It's all that matters.
Turns out this loud, violent game about people with strange proportions has the most considerate options for cooperative play that I've seen so far. If you're typically a backseat gamer like me, Gears 5 is a great place to become a part of your loved one's hobby. So, this isn't a review of what it's like to live with someone who plays Gears 5. This is a review of what it's like to be a cute little robot that beeps and boops and does its best. What's happening? What did I miss? First, allow me to describe what it's like to be thrust into the 5th installment of this story. Imagine having never heard of Harry Potter and going to see the Order of the Phoenix, and the whole time you're wondering why all the kids at Hogwarts are linebackers. Seriously, what is up with the character design? And it can't just be that they're super soldiers or something, because even the background characters are built like Wreck-It Ralph. Big hands, my goodness.
Hey, why are your hands so freakishly big?
I don't know. Why are you so freakishly annoying?
And the scientist looks like he could throw mankind off Hell in a Cell and plummet 16 feet through an announcer's table. Don't let the rescue hero's art style fool you, though. These bromances are as deep and complex as the world's lore, which is why every time a giant man started talking about his giant feelings, I felt like this.
You know it's just because he cares, right?
Yeah, well, you know a hell of a lot more about him caring than I would.
That was a shitty thing to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My point is, it may not be easy fitting into a new group of friends who have history and freakishly large heads, but who cares? Look at this! No matter how familiar you are with Gears, this game is just awesome to watch. More importantly, no matter how familiar you are with games, this Gears is just awesome to play. I've never seen a look at the booty shooty so frenetic and so totally overwhelming for someone like me.
David Cage! Oh my god! David Cage killed me.
Even with the very thoughtful and inclusive option to play on a lower difficulty than my boyfriend, I was still too intimidated to jump in as Dell, cause I mean, look at it.
Uh-oh! Holy shit!
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god!
And reloading is a minigame? Can't do it. Nope. But the Coalition added one final failsafe to ensure that girlfriends and little brothers everywhere could tag along. Jack, the friendly robot. I love a little bubbly robot. Oh, he's cute. In single player, Jack is half on autopilot, half controlled by player 1. His most powerful abilities must be selected and cast by the player, which is useful, yet cumbersome, meaning the synergy between man and machine never reaches its full potential. And that is where I come in. I love being Jack. I don't have to aim because everything just kind of farts out of me.
Wait, I have an idea.
What?
Can I do this?
Oopsies.
Hold on, just wait a second. Just wait, it's almost back.
Okay, I'm waiting. Good job.
I don't have to take cover because I'm invisible most of the time, and I don't even have to press the right button because no matter what I do, it really seems to help.
Oh, thanks for your shield, baby.
Yeah.
Genius idea. You're so good at the robot.
The best part of being Jack, though, is that the reward for literally every single side quest is a present for me. Finally, a game with hole-up-a-minute moments that make me feel like my boyfriend is taking me shopping. Not only is Jack the only upgradable character in the game, meaning all the best collectibles go right into my bank account, but the upgrades are ridiculously good. However, Jack is the one who actually has to open the boxes with the upgrades inside, and I forgot to do it multiple times, so my boyfriend was kind of mad at me, like,
Oh, what's in the box? Not till you give me the What's in the box?
Regardless, I became so powerful that it felt like he became the support character in my game. I can go out here. I'll just wreck him.
Oh my god, leave some for me.
No. You see, he started the game like this, and ended the game like this. I started the game like this, and ended the game like this. In conclusion, I demand that all games from this day forward include a robot support character that lets me drop in and out as it pleases me. Okay, time to go play Borderlands 3. Goodbye.
Why don't we jump right into Big Navi, because that is the big energy this week. AMD has finally... Yeah, it is. AMD has finally revealed their first add-in graphics cards featuring their RDNA 2 technology. Big Navi really is way more fun to say, though. RDNA 2 is the same graphics technology that is to be found in the upcoming next-generation consoles, the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series S and Series X. But obviously, these are the high-end PC versions, and it looks like, at least on the surface, they are going to absolutely mop the floor with the console versions, as long as you've got the money to pay to play, because they ain't going to be cheap. Although, with what NVIDIA's done with high-end graphics card pricing over the last 5 years or so, I mean, hey, $1,000 for a graphics card? That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
What a great deal.
It's all about what you're used to, right? It's what you're used to. So the lineup is the Radeon RX 6800, which AMD says will be faster than an RTX 3070 at $579, and the 3070 is around $499. That is probably going to be the least competitive in the lineup. It's got 60 compute units, 1.8 gigahertz game clock, 2.1 gig boost. So if you're water cooling, you might get a fair bit more performance, and 16 gigs of GDDR6 non-X. And that is a 250 watt card. Then if you step up to the XT, honestly, the 6800 and 6800 XT sound so different in performance that it kind of surprises me that it's not like a 6700, 6800 move.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't have done the XT moniker thing. I strongly agree with that. It's not like, oh, this, like, yeah, it's not a little bump. It's very significant.
It's still 16 gigs of GDDR6, so no GDDR6X like NVIDIA's been using, and no HBM memory, which poor AMD, it's been hilarious for the AMD fanboys. Like, how to identify an AMD fanboy. Okay, over the last few years. Well, NVIDIA doesn't even have HBM memory.
And like, how much do they know about HBM, and how much do they care about HBM?
Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter. The price, performance, and power consumption suck. So the HBM memory is like, okay, good for you. So HBM memory is nowhere to be found, which is probably how they're managing to do $649 for what they're saying is a 3080 competitor. So they're undercutting NVIDIA by about $50 here. It's got 72 CUs, 2 gigahertz game clock. Like, this thing is going to be way faster than the 6800. Then this, I have no idea. Like, had you heard any credible rumor about a 6900 XT?
No,
anything.
Not at all. I strongly did not believe, and I was very wrong, clearly. I strongly did not believe they were going to come out being able to compete at the high end at all. And I believe I even said that like a month ago.
Oh, probably.
On WAN.
And there's no way that I would have challenged you on it. But I was not only surprised that we got a legitimate, we're going to get, we hope, we're going to be getting legitimate high-end offerings from AMD's Radeon division. Not only that, but they managed to surprise me entirely with a top-of-the-line 6900 XT. This one's got 80 versus 72 compute units for the 6800, 2 gigahertz game clock, 16 gigs GDDR6 again, and they are claiming roughly equivalent performance to the RTX 3090, but undercutting it by $500. Now, part of that difference in price is obviously going to be that the RTX 3090 comes with significantly more expensive GDDR6 memory and a lot more of it. But, I mean, hey, we said this about HBM memory, didn't we? And HBM2 after that. Your fancy memory ain't going to do you much good if you don't got the performance. So
yeah, and also like the 3090s, as much as NVIDIA's branding around like workstation, non-workstation cards is confusing and misleading constantly. But the 3090 is like technically more positioned for non-gamers.
Yep.
I know. It feels like the 6900 XT isn't. This feels like it's straight up gamer department.
Straight up gamer. And I mean, as much as NVIDIA might position things as not for gamers, they send very mixed messages.
Is.
Yeah, they send very mixed messages.
Absolutely.
You know what's funny though? The only reason that we want any 3090s, like we are actually... I didn't buy it at first. I was like, what do you mean the 3080 is the flagship? Obviously, we're going to do all of our showcase builds with 3090s, but I've actually kind of bought into the whole 3080 is the top of the line and 3090 is like ridiculous now because it just is not enough more performance for how much more expensive it is. Like it's
also,
not
like doesn't exist.
Yeah, and it also doesn't exist.
Speaking about, sorry, go for it.
I was just going to say the only thing that we're even considering using one for internally is for very, very large video editing projects. All the editing work editors, they want 3090s. And then even the people who told me they were going to buy 3090s, even when they knew it was $1,500, David's one of them at work. He was like, after he saw the performance results, he was like, nah, I'm just going to get 3080. There you go. Hold that thought. Dev Lee in Floatplane chat says 3090 is Titan. No, 3090 is not Titan.
Yeah.
I made it very clear in our review that the 3090 is not Titan. It costs as much as a Titan, so I can see why you're confused. But it's not a Titan because it doesn't have any of the Titan driver optimizations. It's just a really fast gaming card. Boom. All right.
So you were talking earlier about how it seemed weird that the 6800 got the XT moniker.
Yeah.
When they're like so different.
Yeah.
What is interesting to me is how similar, while still being quite different, sure, but how similar the 6800 XT and the 6900 XT are.
In terms of spec.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's
like
only
everything's the same except for compute units.
There's only 8 more compute units.
Yeah, which is like that's great. But like almost everything else is different for the 6800 to 6800 XT.
Yep.
Like they're incredibly different cards.
12 more compute units, higher game clocks. I mean, okay, other than that, they're very similar. Higher power consumption, though. Yep.
So it's like almost everything is the same except for the memory.
Now let's talk features. All the new GPUs support DirectX 12 Ultimate, including Direct Storage. So Direct Storage, for the uninitiated, is that thing that I put my foot in my mouth over a while back where I was making fun of the PlayStation 5's SSD. Okay, it's not quite the same thing. Sony's implementation is likely slightly different, but
you're treading on dangerous ground there for a second.
The underlying hardware is obviously a big Navi, okay? So yes, Sony's software implementation isn't Direct Storage, which is TM Microsoft, but it's basically functionally the same thing. So it allows the GPU to have direct access to the main system storage. So it'll support variable rate shading and ray tracing via what AMD is calling ray accelerators, not to be confused with RT cores. Okay, those are built into each compute unit. Now AMD also will apparently have a take on DLSS upscaling. They're going to be calling it super resolution, not to be confused with virtual super resolution, which is AMD's upsampling technology.
That's a little annoying.
Okay. How hard is it to come up with like a brand for this kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Apparently very hard.
Maybe try to not call it the same thing.
Yeah.
So what's your feel?
My feel is
what's the vibe?
I'm so okay. So I'm gonna tell us. Let's do story time. Mine is story time.
Sure. Yeah.
I remember when AMD launched Polaris. Polaris was their big like Radeon is back. Yeah, we're gonna stop re-releasing the same graphics card with a new name over and over and over again. This is gonna be awesome. When they launched Polaris, they had a big event, like everyone and their dog was there. They actually sponsored a video from me, which usually is an indication of one of two things. It either indicates things are going really well or that things are going really not as well. And I had actually read it based on the amount of buzz from AMD people as things are going really well and they just wanted to like make a big splash. And that was actually the video where Raja Kaduri dropped the card, which was very funny. That pretty much made that video. I loved it. Anyway, I remember showing up and like the big AMD is back moment, aside from pricing, it was very price competitive. So that was good until pricing like basically went up with the 500 series and then way up during the mining craze, but that's a whole different thing. We won't talk about that. Their big, like, we're back in the high end was like a Crossfire slide where they were like, yeah, dual 470s or dual 480s or whatever was on it. It's like very competitive with NVIDIA's like card that's actually good on the high end. And like Crossfire supported on like lots of motherboards.
And they were trying to brag about Crossfire quality at that time as well.
Yeah. How'd that work out for them? Bad. So my problem is that AMD has disappointed me and hyped me up so many times, and even like that wasn't that long ago. Like there's people that are still, Raja's not there, but there's people still at AMD who worked with me on that event, and I was like.
And like to be clear, just something to add in here, because I know there's going to be people like me that enjoy pointing out that it's not just AMD that does that. It's happened with NVIDIA. It's happened with Intel. It's happened with basically everybody. It's happened a lot with AMD, and it's happened over the years. It wasn't like centralized at one point in time.
Yes. AMD has been disappointing me for as long as I've been making tech videos. So it's like, well, before actually, if we go really far back.
Yeah.
So that's my problem, you know? That's why I have a really hard time with this. But fine, go.
These look kind of awesome.
They do look kind of awesome, but they always do this. Okay, so here's where it could go wrong. The drivers could be buggy and flaky, like we experienced with the 5700 series. Speaking of disappointments that weren't very long ago, they have gotten better since then, but at launch, they just shouldn't have launched at that time. Like at launch, they were not good. So the drivers
also
could be bad.
Continued driver support is often a little bit more rough on that side, and they seem to prioritize like weird features that I don't think anyone really cares about, and then kind of they'll like half-ass it,
and then they're not competitive on stuff that matters, like video encoding. So disappointments. Another disappointment could be features. So they've like got an answer to everything from NVIDIA, but they've had an answer to a lot of NVIDIA's tech, like Shadowplay, for example, for a long time, but it's so who cares? So that's another way that it could disappoint. Another way it could disappoint is so far everything that I've seen in the slides is like average FPS. As far as I know, that's here. Hold on, let me pull up these images. Yeah, all they're showing is frames per second, which I would have to assume is average frames per second. It could be terrible when it comes to like 99th percentile minimums, and it could be really stuttery. Yeah, so it could be a stuttery mess. Not actually effectively running at that level of smoothness. But also, AMD's recent swagger on the CPU side of things has been mostly based on measuring things the way that the tech press likes to measure it, not just kind of like making up their own metrics for things and saying, yay, we're competitive. Go AMD, stonks. It's been better than that for the most part.
Yeah.
I'm going to let AMD into my heart one more time.
I think you'd do it more than once. I think if they disappointed you this time, I think you'd do it again. But I am feeling pretty good about this. They have been on an uptrend overall for quite a while now. And we've been kind of waiting for GPU to catch up.
Yes,
so hopefully this is it. I think if you just buy off the hop, I think no matter what the scenario, I think no matter what the brand, you're taking a risk. I would still definitely wait for reviews. I would also wait. We saw this with 3000 series. I would also wait for user reviews as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because even the professional reviewers, it's a sample size of dozens. Right.
And there's some brute force style testing that you can't really do.
Yes. Like compatibility testing.
Compatibility testing, like weird settings in specific games, weird resolution combinations, like a few things like that just probably aren't going to get tested.
Yep.
That's part of the reason why we've always suggested looking at a variety of reviewers.
Absolutely.
And that also ties into user reviews. So I would be cautious, but excited. Yeah, this looks awesome. I'm stoked. I'm really happy to have them back up. There's been all these memes. Like there's a meme of Lisa Su dressed up as the Reaper, and like Intel's door is already like knocked down, and then they're like knocking on NVIDIA's door. It's cool. I like it. I like the energy. I'm happy competition is coming. Intel had their day. Now it's time for NVIDIA to hopefully get wrecked. That would be very, very healthy and good for the PC environment. So I hope they do it. I'm also excited to see just like full out Team Red computers. I think that's really cool and something we haven't seen in a way that I would say is legitimately in quite a long time.
Have you seen this?
I have not seen this. But that's amazing.
Only 426 people have seen this so far, but we can I can post this in the chat if you guys want to go enjoy it for yourselves. This is fantastic. Basically, this already existed, but yeah. Anyway, you know what? It doesn't matter. We can put that away for now. It's pretty funny. Yeah, lots of AMD memes these days.
One of the slaps that they did was out of stock. We are definitely yet to see how many of these cards are going to be available.
Let's wait and see. Because with all the excitement around gaming in general right now, guys, like remember, it's like not just Techtober, it's like new console launch Techtober. And new console launch means lots of exciting games coming. Cyberpunk. How many tens of thousands of people are going to be upgrading their gaming PCs for Cyberpunk 2077? Like,
yeah, and it's COVID Techtober too.
Oh yeah,
people are knowing they're going to be stuck inside over the winter way more than they normally are.
All that pent up demand,
and
now,
they're ready to do stuff.
One thing I don't have any demand for is AMD graphics cards in my workstations. Am I wrong to think that? OpenCL, like what OpenCL?
I don't think so. Well, because generally. Okay, for one, yeah, it's probably just gonna be worse. But also, generally, you've usually stayed a gen back, haven't you, for stability reasons?
You know what?
I know you're talking about 3090s right now, but like, isn't that a thing?
Usually, we've stayed a gen back on CPU and GPU. We are talking about going 3090, and the reason for it is just that there's nothing current gen that makes any sense. So we could get to current gen Quadros because we need more memory. That's the problem. So we can't go 2080 Ti. It's only got 11 gigs of memory. It's not enough and honestly, it's a bug with our 12K Blackmagic footage that we're trying to figure out if we can even freaking use. So RTX 3090 plus our Threadripper workstations seems to handle it. But I do like you said, I do worry about going current gen anything. So that's part of it. And then the other part of it is just NVIDIA's support in the applications that we use is just not even close to the same realm that AMD occupies. So it would be really, really tough for us to go AMD for our actual workstations, even if I would consider it for my personal rig. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe part of this is just habit, but man, it would take more than just being price competitive for me to consider walking away from NVIDIA for my personal rig, because you got to consider like how does customer trust work, right? Like I remember a time when graphics card driver crashes were a normal thing. I don't remember the last time I had one, and your experience might have been different. Maybe your power supply is not as good, or maybe there's some weird edge case compatibility issue with that game you love to play, or whatever the case may be. But my experience has been fantastic. And for me, it's really hard at my, stage in life where I don't have as much time to tinker with things. Like I don't even overclock my personal rig because I just can't be arsed. I don't need a little bit more performance per dollar. I need something that just works so that if I sit down and I'm like, I'm going to play a game, I play a game instead of tune the graphics card or reinstall the driver or whatever the case may be. So it would be really, really, really hard.
Especially with a lot of people doing work from home and their personal computers are, it's not just for gaming or doing whatever else they want to do on it personally, but it's also for work stuff. That has to have 100% uptime.
Now,
it has to be like fantastic.
AMD says they're making a commitment to driver it up, and that's great. But it's if you can't keep it consistent from one board partner to another, well, actually, yeah, you end up with an NVIDIA RTX 3080, don't you? We've got a chat from Ferno182 in the Floatplane chat here. My experience with the 5700 XT reference Gigabyte has been very good so far, but I know there's a lot of people that had tons of driver issues. Totally. Meanwhile, AJ is like, yep, Yeah, mine's been great on my HTPC. But like, AJ, you went and you put it in like a secondary machine. Would you put it in your daily driver, in your main rig? Interesting. There's a couple more interesting features that we should talk about that make Radeon 6000 series unique. There's 128 megs of Infinity Cache that's on die, that's over twice as fast as the GDDR6 and is apparently to help reduce memory bandwidth bottlenecks. And there's a set bonus. So this
I like that.
is interesting. Smart Access Memory provides the CPU with full access to all of the GPU's memory. That is, as long as you're running Ryzen 5000 series. And apparently, you're looking at a 6 to 10% speed up in games that benefit. Now, rumblings online suggest that this is an implementation of the resizable bar feature that Microsoft is pushing, meaning that future NVIDIA GPUs and Intel CPUs may support it, but it's only AMD for now. And what's really cool is that games don't necessarily need explicit support for it. That could be a very exciting advantage for AMD in order to entice people to buy an all-red machine.
It's cool.
Communist
it's a cool
computer.
feature. And I was gonna say, like, there's another thing that's gonna get people to buy AMD, which is anything but Intel NVIDIA fans. People that just want to anyways. But there's the same thing on the other side. Like you were saying, you're used to NVIDIA, so you might want to stick there anyways. But yeah, you said earlier that AMD has had an answer for all of NVIDIA's features. I don't think that's quite true, but they also have unique stuff like this. So that's cool. Not very much. I think this is pretty much it.
That's a pretty big deal, though. Like
it is. It is super cool.
6 to 10% extra performance is better than a kick in the teeth. That's what I always say. And
this is a standard quote of mine.
And they've got Rage Mode, which is an automatic overclocking function that essentially just sets a higher power target. So it's not really overclocking, and AMD claims only a 1 to 2% speed up. So pretty much it's just what you could do in like 2 seconds in Afterburner on an NVIDIA card. It's worth.
Someone needs to make a custom PC that's like fire themed, and when Rage Mode activates, it like lights the flames up or something.
We actually have an engineer on staff at Creator Warehouse now that probably would have the capability to do something like that.
That would be sick.
That would be amazing.
You guys should do it. That'd be cool.
I don't want to be responsible for someone's house burning down. Okay, let me get through this, and then I will tell you something that this person's working on that is actually started out really stupid and is turning into something that maybe is cool. So it's worth pointing out that NVIDIA's RTX 3070 launch was stretched out from the 27th to the 29th in what appeared to be an attempt to bury the Radeon announcement. However, the AMD hype seems to have prevailed. We don't know how NVIDIA is going to respond, but then again, hold on, let me just make sure this isn't embargoed. Burke. Not that Burke, different Burke.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I had an email glitch. If you want to check out any of this for your test bed. Nope, not that one. Embargoed information, 10:30. Embargo lift is, 10:30, 6 a.m. Pacific time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So NVIDIA has a Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War bundle with RTX 3080 and 3090 that's running now. So that's one of the responses, is giving away games. You can always tell competition's heating up when free games start coming with graphics cards again. Remember when graphics cards came with like 4 or 5 free games?
That even?
And like good ones, like you'd get like Prince of Persia and like some Assassin's Creed game, and then like a couple little ones you hadn't heard of. I'm like, yeah, cool. I've got like games to play for the next couple of months.
It also used to be like a relatively major form of, this was probably against terms of service, but it used to be a relatively major form of rebate, as people would try to flip the games.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it was a thing.
People would try to flip the games. People, Luke? People. Would you know the names of any of these people?
None of them. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I have a worse confession.
Okay,
when I was a sales rep, from time to time, I would have people come in and buy a system with SLI, and I'd be like, hey, you just got 2 copies of that game. You need both of them? More often than not, they'd be like, you know what? You've been very helpful. Here you go.
Oh my God.
I definitely got some games that way.
Did you flip them?
No, I tried to be a good boy. So no, I did not actually flip games. I did give them away to people, but I did not flip them.
Okay.
That's right, we're back with more mean comments, and you guys have seen enough mean comments about me, so we're opening it up to the entire team. What do you hate most about Taryn, or Dennis, or... Oh, wait, we're doing me again as well?
They're mostly about you.
They're mostly about me. Ah, And it's brought to you by Honey. See how they can save you money at the link in the video description. Linus sounds like my grandma when he's complaining. Linus sounds like an angry grandma. Okay. Linus looks and sounds like a 40-year-old low testosterone virgin girl, but has had more sex than any one of us combined. Is this a compliment? Linus has had sex with every computer he's touched. What the f? Can't stop himself from sticking his card in every single mother. Why is card all caps? My wife just passed by and said, that bearded homeless looking dude sounds just like that lesbian chick you used to watch. And it dawned on me, she meant Linus. For both.
James is married? Huh. Who would do that? Someone please tell Riley he's a douche. I knew it was mean comments, but I didn't expect that right off the bat.
Taryn is so flamboyant. It's sick and disturbing. He should settle down. What do you mean flamboyant? Look,
Anthony is so damn great.
Am I gonna cry on camera? Oh God, Jake's mustache is make my eyes cut themselves out from the insides. Why did his parents let him do that?
Oh damn.
It's sick,
but I didn't expect that right off the bat.
Taryn.
But I didn't expect that right off the bat.
Taryn is so flamboyant. It's sick and disturbing. He should settle down. What do you mean flamboyant? Look,
Anthony is so damn great.
Am I gonna cry on camera? Oh God, Jake's mustache is make my eyes cut themselves out from the insides. Why did his parents let him do that?
Linus with facial hair looks like Kane Williamson. Linus looks like New Zealand cricketer, Kane Williamson. Okay, well that helps. That's some context in the next one. Haven't you already noticed Linus looks like New Zealand's captain, Kane Williamson? Okay, I have to know what this guy looks like now. Wow, he's handsome.
You don't look anything like him.
Okay, well there's the mean part. Tell me why Linus sounds like the Canadian. Okay, well there's the mean part. Tell me why Linus sounds like the Canadian version of Bob the Tomato from VeggieTales.
I'm Bob the Tomato, and I'll be your host this evening.
Linus sounds like a 15-year-old cowboy. Linus sounds like that snot kid on American Dad.
I'm gay.
Where's the other Asian guy? The goofy one.
Why Linus sound like Dennis when he had the screw bit in his mouth?
Hanka.
Do I speak like that with something in his mouth? What's in his mouth? A screw or something else?
Riley seems like a cool dude. Then you see he lives like a hipster douchebag. I cringed so hard this entire video, I'll feel it deep in my soul for a while. Congrats on the kid, or my condolences.
Please, more Anthony and less James. James is a giant douche straight out of the supermarket. Anthony is a relatable dude. So I'm Anthony and less James. James is a giant douche straight out of the supermarket. Anthony is a relatable dude. So I'm typical but not relatable. Good one, smart guy. STFU, James. Honestly, worst video of the channel. Then Colton's on this channel.
Honey is the free browser extension that finds the best promo codes and tests them automatically when you're checking out to make sure that you get the best deal. How do we know it's good? Well, that's because those of you who have installed Honey have already saved over $500,000. Whatever you're shopping for on a site like Amazon, Best Buy, Razer, tons of different sites. You just shop as you normally would. Actually, not even quite as you normally would. They've got a great price history tool that I use all the time to see if I'm actually getting a good deal. So you just drop the item into your cart, and Honey will go, hey, there's a promo code field here. It'll try everything it can find. Again, it's free. It installs easily in your browser, And the folks at Honey do not sell your data. They make money through the commission that they get from the merchants you're buying from, not from their users. So get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/LTT. We're gonna have that linked down below. And thanks again to Honey for sponsoring this video. This guy's just here for the money. He just shows up and reads a script. Zero passion. He is no MKBHD. This guy is starting to get so annoying the way he chirps Apple. I feel like his employees hate him. He's a super douche. There's a reply. There's a good chance it's just his on-camera persona. Thanks for believing in me. Linus is getting lazy on his review. All his comments are feelings now. Still sense a lot of hatred on Asian products. I wonder how Yvonne been treated at home? Whoa, because a poor quality product is made in China, I'm a wife abuser? Thank you for having the stupidity to wave a flag announcing yourself as a brainless corporate shill so intelligent people can know to ignore you, f***wit. Is this because we disclose our sponsorships? Because let me tell you, the ones who aren't disclosing it, they're worse. There, now I'm actually mad. Dang it, you know me better than you did last time you picked these, because you've picked stuff that's like actually pissing me off.
Anthony, you're amazing. Anthony is just wonderful. Smiley face.
Alex is such an unlikable, lazy fuckwit. This video makes Alex look like a blithering idiot, but I think that's what they were going for. We kind of try sometimes.
Holy shit, I just realized Riley is a whole other person, not just Alex in glasses? LMAO, what?
That's what they were going for. We kind of try sometimes.
Holy shit, I just realized Riley is a whole other person, not just Alex in glasses? LMAO, what? What are you talking about?
David comes across as pretentious and condescending, yet consistently comes across as the least intelligent of the three. Annoying to listen to, and easily the weakest of the group. I'm sorry, I just spit facts about how Inception's just pretty good. It's not bad, it's just pretty good. All you Christopher Nolan fanboys need to take it down a notch.
I think Sarah was nervous maybe, but it would be better to comment with more words than yeah.
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 I don't know. Hundreds of these things.
Okay, I haven't been on a podcast before, so just getting used to it. Hey, what's Sarah's last name? It's Butt, okay? Deal with it.
Please go away, James. No one likes you. They commented that on the Carpool Critics channel. You came to the wrong place.
Anthony needs a raise. He's my fave on LTT for the past year or so. Really enjoy his content and seems like a PC wizard. I just feel like I'm stroking my ego reading these.
Damn, Linus's son sounds like he got no life in him anymore.
Okay.
What? He does not.
Okay.
I would like to say, Linus, I knew you from school. Nice to see you grown up to be a nice young grown mature douche. Ouch. Yeah, okay, I wasn't like a super nice kid in high school.
Jake the fake is back. Fatas can't even open a box without struggling. If you're gonna insult somebody, at least spell it correctly.
You need to change your name to Peter Puke, asshole. What is Peter Puke? Musical artist, rock. What? Love the piercing. Oh, lose the piercings. Oh, never mind. You have a wife for Pete's sake. Fucking almost 1% loser. Is he saying that I'm like pretty successful but not very successful?
I think he's saying you're only 1% loser.
To everyone who talks shit on Linus, you're a fucking loser. He is making content and making a living. What the f do you do with your life? Sit on your fat ass and judge people for making more money than you, lol. Yeah, thanks. Who said this? Who said this? Mad respect. Those are kind of hard to read. I mean, obviously, I've actually read some of those comments. A couple of them were familiar to me. I read tons and tons of comments on our videos, but usually the bad ones are kind of interspersed with a lot of positivity. And here it was just like back to, this is like doing the roast again. Just all negativity all the time. But thank you guys very much for all your comments on our videos. Even the negative ones do actually help us algorithmically, so way to contribute even if you hate my guts. And thanks to my team for sitting through this as well, because I know it's not necessarily that easy. We'll see you guys again soon. If you like this video, you can check out our last round of mean comments, or maybe go check out our Short Circuit channel where we did a 1 million subscriber celebration with nothing but positive comments. That one was actually pretty good vibes. Or back to the negativity, you could go watch the roast of yours truly.
There's probably not a lot to talk about, but
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla was announced, and with it, it was announced that you only need to buy it once on Xbox. That would include Xbox One, Xbox Series X, basically whatever Xbox console you have, as long as it's past 360, I guess. It would work, and with that includes a number of other things as well, including Cyberpunk 2077, which probably means CD Projekt Red moving forward, which is great. Assassin's Creed being included probably means Ubisoft moving forward, and Microsoft has said that Microsoft Studio titles moving forward will all be doing this as well, including Halo Infinite. So there's 3 studios basically already signed on, which is fantastic. To a certain degree, I think this already kind of worked. You just had to buy the old one, because if I remember correctly, backwards compatibility was a thing. So you could just buy the Xbox One version and use it on your Xbox Series X. But for digital stuff, I'm not 100% certain that worked. So now that this is a thing, I think that's really cool.
I think it's just great for consumers.
Yes.
Sony doesn't have anything similar yet, but the reality of it is it's a 2-horse race. What one of them does, the other one has to respond to in some meaningful way. And I think that while we are getting our consumer rights eroded slowly but surely by the move to always online DRM schemes and multiplayer game modes that you can only access by playing through the game developer servers, so that you're not able to continue to enjoy them 10 years later when the game developer is not maintaining those servers anymore. Like, our ownership of software is going away. There's no doubt whatsoever in my mind. I mean, you can even see the big industry trend towards or away from single monolithic purchases towards buying a license for the game in one form or another. And, don't kid yourself, buying the game and then like a season's pass and then a DLC and then some in-game items and in-game currency. That's all effectively games as a service. It's the same thing. It's trying to keep you paying for something more the more that you use it. That's the paradigm, right? So as that's happening, it's good to see at least there's one area where they're giving something back to us, and that's in our right to enjoy the content however we see fit. It is baffling to me that if I buy a Blu-ray of a movie, that it is not within my rights as a consumer to rip aforementioned Blu-ray and watch it on my phone through Plex. Like, that would be madness to me, having a Blu-ray of a movie in my personal collection and then having to rent it on the Google Play Store so that I could watch it on my phone. That's nuts,
Yep, completely agree.
And I mean, honestly, even I'm gonna propose something that wouldn't be popular to business people, but I think that for upgraded formats for content, there shouldn't be an additional charge as well. If I own the DVD of some show and the Blu-ray comes out, like they remaster it on Blu-ray, 5 years later or whatever the case may be, I think I should get the high resolution version for free. I already paid for a license to it.
You definitely shouldn't get the physical one.
No, but I should have access to it. I should completely guilt-free have access to it in some way. And I'll be completely honest with you guys. There are things that I own on DVD, and I have my DVD in my attic, and I just downloaded a high def version of it because no, I'm not doing that. I'm not playing that game. I think that's a stupid game. You're going to sell plenty of copies of it to people who don't already own it. But you look at how much as an individual consumer you're contributing to the production of whether that's a TV show or a movie by actually buying a DVD or a Blu-ray. And it's like way more than anything other than going to a physical theater and paying to see it. So at that point, it's like, if I own all the DVDs,
especially if you've already gone to the theater and seen it, and now you're also buying the DVD.
I almost never do that. Believe it or not.
Some people do. I'm not necessarily claiming you did. I know my family definitely did with Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
like
Oh
the
no,
Lord
I'm
of
not
Rings
saying it's a
extended
crazy thing to do. I'm just saying, like, I've kind of become one of those people that doesn't watch movies again.
Yeah,
like the last Star Wars, for example, I only watched it once. Although that's not why. I only watched it once because it was bad. But
Yeah, that's a rough series of movies. Oh my. Yeah, I kind of rarely watch shows and I rarely watch movies. I have very recently started watching. This is pretty off topic, but very recently started watching Bob's Burgers.
I've been meaning to. I heard it's good.
It's pretty funny. I like it. I liked Archer a lot, and it has the voice actor for Archer voice acts a bunch of the characters in Bob's Burgers, and he's like, his main character Bob is like the same person, just if you put that person in like a middle-aged dude that owns a burger shop instead of a super assassin spy.
Got it.
And it's great. I like it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch it. I heard it's really good.
But that's like it. I don't watch anything else. I don't know why. I'd usually rather do almost anything else than like sit passively and watch something. So
you've watched Rick and Morty though, right?
Not all of it.
Really?
That's mostly due to limited access, not.
Oh, you're on my Plex server.
Desire, if that makes sense. I should do that.
Yeah.
I mean, no. Totally don't have those.
I know you talk, but whatever. Where am I? Sometimes I'm a little bit slow on my physical backing of what's on it, but my Rick and Morty Blu-rays are all here now. So there you go. I mean, that's another thing. So my personal sort of, code of ethics on all of this is if there's a high resolution version when I make my purchase, I make a point of buying that one, even though it is more expensive. But then also, we've got, actually, there's a lot of discussion in Floatplane chat about sort of my approach here, because people are basically like, oh, Linus admits to piracy. And it's like, you know what? You can see it however you want. For me, it's not about did you break the rules or did you, violate this section of the whatever code. To me, it's about sort of having a personal sense of ethics about it and supporting content creators. By the time I spend, $60 or whatever it was, I have contributed so much more to the production of that show than someone who sits down on their cable subscription and watches Rick and Morty every time it comes up as something that they can watch.
Yeah.
That I utterly guilt-free.
I've watched a decent amount of it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. It's been a limited access issue. And I've done kind of the same thing. Like I bought the Blu-rays for all of the seasons of the Clone Wars animated series.
Yeah.
Because I just freaking loved it and I wanted to support it.
I still have to watch that. I still haven't watched it.
Yeah. It's good. I have always watched it while doing something else.
Ooh, okay. That's not a great endorsement.
I still like it a lot.
Yeah, but like, saying. Okay, sure. Okay, so there's a couple people talking about this in Floatplane chat. Koi Wolf says, maybe a re-release I could see, but not a remaster. There was money put toward that. Now, okay, the problem for me is that a lot of the stuff in a remaster is not stuff that I care about. I never watch like behind the scenes extras and interviews or anything like that. Yeah, that's tough. I probably shouldn't have used the term remaster, to be perfectly honest. I think that's the bigger issue, because if we're just taking if it's something that already existed digitally, for example, because there's movies now that were actually probably I'm just trying to think if they would be film masters or digital masters for some of the stuff that's gone from a DVD original release to Blu-ray now. I'm a little bit hazy on that, so I'm not going to talk about it. But I guess it depends on what's really happened with the remaster. If they have gone and added deleted scenes that had heavy CGI work done on them.
Because then every studio is just going to try to find some way to justify the fact that they can't give you the remaster for free.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess, you know what? Here's what I'll say. I already gave you your $20. And you know what? I'm just not going to feel bad about it. There. That's my personal line. I gave you more than most people ever will.
What about a situation? Someone just posted this in Twitch chat.
Yeah.
FF8 remaster, for example, paying extra for them to optimize the game for PC.
Sorry, which one was this?
He said Final Fantasy VIII. I don't understand necessarily what his comment is about.
Are you talking about like a port?
I definitely played it on PC, so I don't really know.
Final Fantasy VIII already existed on PC.
Yeah, it was like 6 discs or something.
Yeah, okay, here I'm not really 100% sure what you're asking. And that's
7. He said 7.
Oh, 7.
Or
Yeah.
he corrected to 7.
Okay, 7 is a perfect example of a game that you should absolutely pay for the remaster. Because 7, if I recall correctly, was not available on PC. Or was it? I don't think it was. See,
a lot of people are saying it was 7, not 8 now.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, I don't think that ever got a PC release. And the Final Fantasy VII, I wouldn't call it a remaster. It's like they didn't just update some textures. Like this is a reimagined game. And that's absolutely something that you would have to pay for.
So there's 3. There's re-release, remaster, and reimagined.
Yeah, so I'm just saying the line is a little bit blurry, and if I'm not getting any additional content that is meaningful to me, then I don't care. In my life, I have owned 2 box sets of the Star Wars original trilogy. I have the one that has blue text on the front for A New Hope, and then I think it's like purple for Empire, and then red for Return of the Jedi. I have that one. That was before any of the like dewbacks dickery.
Yeah.
And then I also own the golden special edition box set. And both of them were thrown away when I moved, but they weren't given to someone else. So as far as I'm concerned, they're still mine. They were ultimately destroyed. I paid for them. I have spent as much on the original 3 movies as I feel like I have to, and I will download a new copy of them if I damn well please. There. Like I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna play that game.
Some people in chat are super pissed that you destroyed the unedited version.
Well, I didn't mean to, guys. I moved. Like I moved from my dad's house to my mom's house. All I had was my clothes on my back. Like I didn't destroy it.
I think they thought you meant when you were older. I don't think they realized you meant.
No. I was a kid, and I decided that I was gonna. So my parents were split, and I decided that I was gonna move in with my mom, and it was sort of an emotional decision, and I didn't really have a lot of time to plan. Like I left behind everything. Like I didn't. I didn't have anything.
Yeah.
Sierra's brings up another thing. You also can't buy the despecialized editions anymore, but you can download them. Yeah, that's a good point. Now, again, down to my personal sort of code of ethics here, I got to give Lucasfilm or Disney, I got to give them some money if I have never, contributed to the production of those movies before. But I could totally see myself being like, okay, yeah, here's some money. I'll buy some, other crap I didn't need. Some friend of my kids, for a birthday party, instead of getting them like a $20 plastic thing, I'll get them like a really nice, like, $75, $80, like Star Wars thing. Okay. Here you go. I will now guilt-free just go download those movies because ultimately you've got my money. What does it matter beyond that? That people are able to create and be paid for their work. Oh, sorry, 1 second.
Oh, he switched.
Dinner time.
Yeah, I'm broadcasting. I will come down when I'm done. Okay.
Bye.
Thanks.
Since the ATH low. So with the M70X, the number one question I get, and actually the easiest way to talk about them, is how do they compare to the M50s? The M50s get all this praise all the time for being some of the most incredible sounding headphones for a very low price. So now that the M70s come along for a much higher price, naturally we're all curious about if they're that much better. So with headphones, my comparisons can be very simple. I don't have to worry about battery life or display tech or anything crazy like that. It's just how they're built and how they sound. So with the build quality, the M70X are very simple and pretty similar to the M50s. I'll be honest, I was looking for a bunch more metal or other premium materials because I honestly expected that with such a price increase. But nope, it's all still hardened plastic again, this time with a matte coat instead of glossy plastic, so it's a soft touch. And they have a pretty traditional styling, a pretty sharp tuxedo look here in black. I think they'd be much more interesting if they offered it in some other colors like the M50s, but that might come later. So they ditched the big, bold Technica branding on the top of the M50s for a much simpler, subdued look on the M70s. But this band here is still very flexible. It will suit all sorts of head sizes, although now it is actually only padded in the middle where it actually touches your head. And overall, the headphones are just actually a lot lighter. This makes them more comfortable to wear for longer periods of time. I actually know that was a pretty big complaint about the M50s, that they were a little bit too tight. The M70s still have a fantastic seal with even softer ear cups and cushions all around them, but they sit a little bit lighter on your head now. The only one notable difference here with the M70s is that they don't fold anymore. So if you remember the M50s, those could fold up right on and just fit in like a little travel bag with about half the footprint of being fully expanded. And the M70s are lacking that hinge that it needs to do that. So you can still swivel the ear cups 90 degrees to lie flat, but that means you need a larger case here that actually comes with it to store them and travel. And I guess that's a pro and a con. It's a con because they are a bit bigger and it requires more space. They don't fit into quite as small of a bag, but it is a really nice case that it comes with. It's a high quality hard shell with padding on the inside and this soft matte finish on the outside that's pretty pleasant to hold. So it's free and it comes with it and everything. So that's great. Now you also get an additional cable bag on the inside too. I didn't use it that much since I really only used the one coiled cable, but the M70s do come with 3 cables. So it has the 2 meter long short straight cable, a 3 meter long straight cable, and a 3 meter long coiled cable. So I use the coiled one most often, like I said, and they all connect to the headphones via that same new twist and lock mechanism that we saw on the M50X. So again, it does mean you can't really use any third-party cables if you wanted something colorful or something braided or something like that, but the twist and lock is a pretty secure fit and a high-quality way to connect your cable. So overall, yeah, these things are built pretty well, but there's obviously nothing spectacular about them, which I guess it isn't really meant to be. You'll see why in a second. But of course, the most interesting part is how they sound. So I did a lot of listening. I don't know if I believe in the whole burning in headphones or anything, but I've had these for about a week now, and I've been doing plenty of listening, mostly to music, lots of it on Spotify on my phone, but then also plugged into the DAC on my computer and had to listen to some higher quality audio files there, including actually mixing the last video I did, which was the Dell tablet review. And the bottom line about the sound is this. These are studio monitors, like for real. So that means they have a very neutral sound signature, which is what you want if you're monitoring or mixing audio. To the untrained ear, that may sound like it's lacking bass or even might be a little bit tinny, but you gotta understand that this flat frequency response is exactly what you want when editing. So the M50s will sound very rich because they do have more bass than the M70s. They'll sound way more colored, and they will continue to sound better for everyday listening and music and movies and gaming and all sorts of stuff like that. But for monitoring and mixing and producing, the even more flat sound and lightweight comfort of the M70s is really what you want. Now, if we back up for a second, the M in M70X stands for monitors, right? So closed back headphones. But Audio-Technica actually newly introduced something called the ATH R70X, and the R is for open back reference headphones. And a lot of times when you step up in price for audio quality like this, you're gonna wanna move to open back headphones. It's kind of like moving to speakers in your room that are right next to your ears. It's something that I can explain in a later video, but for now, I think the M70X is really the upper limit when it comes to closed back production headphones that you wanna get in this price. If you've bought the M50s or the M50X already, no need to worry. I'm gonna continue using and recommending them in their ridiculously awesome price bracket for their rich, clear sound. I use them all the time for traveling and listening, but for production headphones, I say for the price, the M70s are starting to compete with some open back headphones, but if you absolutely must have closed back monitors, can't go wrong with these. So there you go, that's the Audio-Technica ATH M70X and a recap of the M50X. Thank you for watching, and I'll talk to you guys in the next one. Peace.